That says top chat. Make sure it's a live chat. Oh gosh, right. Oh, I didn't think about that. I might need to adjust the volume. Um,
What, on the game?
yeah, because I forget that like I listen to things at a quieter volume than necessary sometimes.
Right.
And a lot of that is because of the fact that like the game, like I'm listening to it through my headphones, and it becomes much louder for me than it does for stream sometimes.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna quick go back into Twitter real quick. And we're live. Can I put? Yeah, click back on the game. Oh, thank God. I can use controller. And yes, I want subtitles on. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Kind of, but maybe should I maybe click no just in case?
um. Yeah.
Adjust the slide until the computer is just barely visible. Well, that works for me. So, just enter the current time. It is currently 2:59 p.m.
It is. Yep.
At least where I am. Yep. Okay. How do I? Up there. I need the narrator volume at max.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, I want narrator at the highest
This is
volume
a
I can get. Oh, this is good music. I like that. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm just to anybody who actually might be streaming or watching right now, which seems to be nobody. Yeah, controls. Simple. There's a simplified controls. Excuse me. This game seems easy enough as is. How much easier can this get?
Yeah, there's not much of a challenge. It's all just
Every
suck
button's
button.
interact at that point. Okay, well, I don't need to do that. Field of view, that should be fine. Subtitle, opacity, show reticle. Yeah, like that, I should be good. All right. I should actually send the link to people. I'm gonna send this to friend. Send this to places because I am live. Way off topic too. Nope. I'll put this in home too. Doing the Stanley Parable. This is just a small way to say like I'm waiting for people to get in here. I don't know if they will, but that's okay. But in any case, let us begin. Our first adventure with Stanley. Kind of.
Oh, yours. I'm just a witness to the madness.
Yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
He stood up.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Why does 432 only have a pencil sharpener and a lamp?
Because he hates technology, or they hate technology, whoever they are.
They live a very boring life. It's not even plugged in!
Yeah, it's just there.
Computer. 423.
Just not imagine working in a cubicle.
There's 420! I was wondering where you were. Hold on. There's usually a bucket here. Isn't there?
Not yet.
Shit. Damn, I wish I could jump.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do I follow orders or rebel?
Choice is yours.
I'm gonna go this way. I remember something. I didn't play much of this. Like last time I did play this, it was with a friend.
Oh, okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to resolve dispute with a coworker. Let a ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resign coworkers for not supporting you more. Let a ball up inside you. God. Use slides to ensure everything is okay. Make sure slides are make slides are slick blue graphic header with some okay. Everyone is unique except Mark Zuckerberg over here.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I want to stand in here.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
It's
No
not empty.
reason to still be
Right.
here.
There's a broom here. And a mop bucket.
Mom.
And whatever the fuck this thing is.
It was
Wiring!
baffling that
a
Stanley
rope.
was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even
Wrist,
doing anything.
duct tape.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Hey, Scribbles!
Are you Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes, I
Standing
am.
around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
The broom
It's
ending
fine.
closet. Or the broom closet ending is a
You
thing.
do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Just gonna keep teabagging until he finishes.
Maybe
Where's the
to
dustpan
you
to the
this
broom?
is somehow its own branching path.
Where's the dustpan to the
Maybe
broom? Is
when
the
you
broom
go
in a
talk
box?
about this with your friends, you'll say,
There's no
"Oh,
dustpan."
did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
Why did you go Australian for that? This is making me realize that, like, by technicality, and I'm probably gonna piss off
Stanley was
Australians by
fat and
saying
ugly
this.
and really, really stupid.
How
He probably
dare
got the
you!
job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
Wow.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Damn, narrator.
Man.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
All
You
right.
got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Quite the reach.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post
How did
during
this
work
get in
hours.
here?
He might be fired for that. And in
Oh,
such a competitive economy,
Yes. Sure, what's up? You're good. Okay.
why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
It has to be the only
And
way
then
that
something
this car
occurred to
got in
Stanley.
here.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh,
he
what
wasn't kidding.
relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an
But the
explanation.
rose being,
His
yeah.
co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. and he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility.
How long does this go on for?
Stanley is as awake right now as he's
So
ever
he stops
been in his
talking.
life.
So for a minute.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Hi, how are you?
I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well, okay then. Welcome back, Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Computers are so dated.
Damn. 4:15.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, fine. I'll listen to you.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
All right, fine. No need to be a brat about it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To be rich, it is a crime. To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to just pick one. To pick just one. I know how to speak. Good lord! Business trip. He's a fucking panda with a gun to its head!
Oh my god.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8.
How many times do I, just until the achievement's done, or do I?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Two, 8, 4, 5.
Shit. Okay, I generally...
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Just gives up.
I suppose he's upset with me. Yeah. This is gonna be interesting, considering the fact that,
deeper into the building,
like, I both
Stanley
sometimes
realized
follow
he
the
felt
rules
a bit
and, you know,
peculiar.
don't.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Jesus.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'll listen to you just this once.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I wonder. Can I?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an
Nice.
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that?
That's a blue tab.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what?
Okay.
To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not?
What the?
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean,
Yes.
look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this
Lost and
room.
found.
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you.
God.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death.
Oh!
You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you
You're
for every
screwed.
moment that you're powerless.
Yeah.
To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Well!
You went with a bang.
Oh, yeah. And there are several people who want to bang the narrator.
Well, he does have a good voice.
I love his voice. And also, it was a really interesting hearing him be mean like that.
Now,
He
is
wanted
this
to
the
control-
extended version or the
All of his
original?
co-workers
This
were
is the
gone.
Deluxe edition.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So this is the, I guess, extended edition, you could call it.
Yeah, a door will appear and open.
Input received. Alright, well now I've got 2 endings. I need to get the rest of them.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not
I don't
the
think I
correct
will.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Fuck the narrator. Wait. That's not what I meant. That's what I meant.
So many people will. Which achievement? Just by clicking the doors.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all. Just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I don't think I will. Oh! No, I haven't done that yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
My pathway hasn't built it yet. Yeah, I'm too far out. I can't get to that yet. So.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm going blue.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures.
Oh, right!
Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically
There's
for you?
different
Do you not
Easter
think I put a lot of
eggs
time into that?
in
Because I did.
this
And in
version
the end, it was
compared to
all
the
for nothing,
last.
because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A
Bonk.
1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Twenty-one 1.3% of players skip the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Jesus! You are 9,328 out of 9,328 players worldwide. When I asked some friends for help. Error. Friends list empty. How dare you?
Be a Karen.
Would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Now, YouTube, I swear to God, I don't want you to take this in any other way.
But of course, the message of the game
I
only
don't
becomes
hate
clear
babies.
once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
You
Be sure
got
to
4
keep
hours to
notes on your
spare.
experience.
I'm not going 4 hours with this.
You heartless bastard.
Leave me
Did you do it
alone.
because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a
People have
single
done the full
thing that
4
might
hours.
improve
Well, I
the
don't. I
experience
have
for
4
you.
hours to spare, but I'm not
even
spending
going to
4
try.
hours with the baby.
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh boy. I wonder what adventures he has waiting for me now. Oh, I should
Aha,
play this game.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
I should
Stanley?
actually play this
What's
game.
our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some
Creep
sort
tower.
of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything
Bleach?
about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I do want to play Firewatch at some point. Like, I know I'm far behind the, far behind the, crowd on that one, but, you know, there are games I just never got to experience. Oh, there's an outhouse out there.
So if you need a pee, you have to go all the way down.
Or off the side.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh,
Oh no, he
goodness,
built a
Stanley,
wall.
What a close call.
No!
You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm
No,
going
we're
to
still
get us
in the
out of
woods,
here.
technically.
Let's find another game.
All you did was
Preferably
build a
something
wall.
with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
But I like that game. I want it. Well done.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Oh, is it raining?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Damn.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a
Hamster.
touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley,
I think
here's the ball. Have fun.
Yeah, football.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try that.
Certainly
Here comes
phrasing.
another ball. Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
I'm going to hit these all into the goal. I will-
Before the timeline?
Does the
Time limit?
Is there a time limit?
He'll get bored.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's
Oh.
right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game.
You were
and
having
what I say
fun.
goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need
Ooh.
someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Can I run up walls? No, I can't. Okay. Ooh! These have holes in them. Do I go down the orange hole or the blue hole?
Maybe you should go down the green hole.
Is there a green hole?
No.
Oh.
You were so disappointed.
I mean, I suppose technically this one in the middle would be the green hole. But there's nothing here. Blue or orange?
Blue is closest to green.
Color wheels wise, yeah.
Oh, come on. Hang on.
You're playing Mystic Messenger? I'm gonna go down the blue
Hold
hole.
on. What are you doing?
I'm doing my own thing. Thank you.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I can't see.
It's so dark and scary. Sniffle sob.
Ponder the orb.
And before the back rooms memes.
So, this is where Yandere Devs hangs out. A cold, dark, decrepit basement.
With the Semis body
I
pillow.
wonder what he found.
Oh, God.
If what he wanted was to be
Yeah.
the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I
Texas?
wonder if he's happy with his choice.
Not in
And
Texas.
if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon.
Cool.
Very soon. I can wait.
Oh.
Yandere narrator.
Hmm. I have some animations to show you then, Bird.
Oh no.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Excuse
What if
me?
he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh.
Mhm.
Oh, crap, not Kendall.
Stanley simply
No,
couldn't
I didn't mean to do it
handle
again!
the pressure.
No, no,
What if he had
no!
to make
Let
a
me out of
decision?
here!
What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Help!
He had never been treated for that. No.
I'm stuck in here!
This couldn't go anywhere
The
except
servant's
badly.
begging on the door.
The thing to do now, Stanley thought, to himself, to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy.
You can't
forever.
jump.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the
Now,
one
what
thing he
have we
knew for
learned,
sure,
Asura?
beyond any doubt, was
What
that if he
button
waited
is the
long
interact
enough,
button
the
for
answers
PC
would come.
again?
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now,
I
this will
forgot.
end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Let me out of here!
The end is never the end.
Thank God, never again.
So don't backtrack.
All of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would
Easy.
say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh, wait, is it this door?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle,
Easy!
Stanley.
Oh, I can use my
want to see
mouse!
commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
You're trying to get me to leave the room. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna switch to using the mouse.
Excuse me.
You're good.
417.
Okay, never mind. I'm going back to using. Yeah, there we go. Where's the input laptop or computer?
I think there's a window that lets you go out of bounds.
Yep.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I'm going to do this. Hold on. Nope. Okay. Wait, hold on. 437. Okay.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
You like your workout?
You gonna lock that door behind me? No, it's not.
Now, back to door number 437.
Stanley, you're getting sweaty.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Hi, door 420.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Is there a door 416? Yeah, it is. Okay.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
She's so excited.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That's very nice. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
I think in one of the office rooms, I don't know which one, I don't remember, you can go out of bounds through the window. Oh, yeah, there you go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I am rather thirsty.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I never got this one.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one.
Don't do this to me. My
What do
brain
you
is
think?
not handled for that.
Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now,
Wow.
I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Well, I can't get back up there because there's no jump, which I learned. There's a. Can I sprint? Because it's usually shift and forward, right? Nah, I didn't do anything. All right, fine. Let's leave. Can't wait. Oh. Oh, I actually am stuck here. Uh-oh.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
This is
Why don't we
disorienting as
take a minute
hell.
just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I kind of want to click this again.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
Wow.
Like
Okay,
right
sir.
now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Okay.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Damn!
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
God damn it. This is fun.
Am I the only one who is enjoying Asura's reactions to these scenes?
I'm loving this.
I never got this one, man. This new me too.
I can't wait until you meet your new best friend.
The bucket?
Yes.
Bucket.
The bucket.
Okay. I'm sorry, narrator. Wait, what if I go in there again? No, let's not do that again. Let's not
Resist.
All of his co-workers were gone. What? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click
No.
a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
You know what? Give it my trigger finger.
I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Oh shit, I clicked on Discord. Ah! Woo! Almost ended the call. That would have been bad. Nope, still clicked off. Okay, well. Alright, fine.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do the escape pod ending.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so what you have to do, go to the boss's office, but leave immediately before the door closes behind you.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
How dare you!
And answer there.
Oh! Not the broom closet!
Take the get the bucket,
broom
take
closet,
it
will
to the
you?
broom closet.
I didn't know you could do that.
I
Yeah,
can't
he does if
believe
you
it.
spend too much time in there. But I wonder if
Coming
you
to a
get the
staircase,
bucket,
Stanley walked
if
upstairs to
that
his
door would
boss's
be
office.
closed, because then the broom would get jealous.
Like, go to his actual office a little bit, then walk out before the door closes.
Oh, I know. Stay open. I think I just fucked myself.
No, you didn't. It's this door. So walk in a little bit, and then walk out before the door closes.
Stepping
Here we go.
And then what? To go back to my office or what?
Go all the way back, and there'll be a door that's open right at the entrance of the game.
Narrator must be seething.
Don't care, didn't ask, cry about it, stay mad, L, mauled, seethe, cope. Plus you're British. Nope, that's mean.
Ow.
No, that one's mean. Aha!
Oh no, that door wasn't open before.
That's a large black room, Stanley. You are now leaving. Am I? Hello. Let's go up or down.
Up. Going up.
Wait, if he had the bucket, would the bucket go into the skate pod instead of him?
Oh god, I'm gonna have to fucking do this.
Maybe we just find out.
How many floors are there?
A lot.
757. I'm willing to go the distance. What'd you say?
I think the top floor is 800.
Oh god, we're gonna be here for a while. And there's no sprint button. I imagine we can't
Yeah, we can't even use that song. Yeah.
use the elevator.
Oh, the
Get
elevator?
some snacks. Perhaps a carbonated soda.
You got ices.
Just so I have a frame of reference now as to how far away I am from the door.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so confused. I thought I got lost.
You broke the game.
Oh shit. What the heck happened?
Did I fuck up?
I think you did.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You're not on. So I actually need to complete a ending and able to get that computer turned back on, don't I?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a
Really,
gorgeous,
sucks.
gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Okay.
This isn't a bad break room, however. There's no TV in here. That kind of would make it.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I almost made a mistake. I almost actually went right back on track. That's not what I meant to do.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Employee 601 got fired.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh gosh. Button!
Button.
Oh.
Button.
When Stanley...
Oh.
Wait, what? No,
Right.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Right. Hey, Metallic.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Oh god, it is the back
Can we
rooms.
just
Back
the
rooms.
game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh god. Here we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The routine begins.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Ugh.
$4.20.
Why not let me go out that door? Oh, I can't even interact with this door. Disappointing. I love that there's a plant right next to it, though. They know.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here
Right,
it
the
comes.
impossible hallway.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
No, whoa.
Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe
me
my
think of,
story took place in an office building.
Zombies.
Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place
Oh god,
is.
no.
I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
God, okay. Note to self: need to turn off sticky keys. Like forever.
Yay, the adventure line!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Well. I can actively ignore the line.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Adventure line. Oh.
No button.
Oh, wait, this guy's losing.
Let me in. Let me in.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office...
Wait, hold on.
Is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Okay, now I'm actually lost. Wait, hang on a second. Which way did I go?
Back there?
You're going the
I'd
right
like to
way.
apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah! I have no idea when we get the bucket. Oh, what the fuck? I want the bucket. Wait, hold on. I could have ignored the room.
So I think you have to actually complete the game the way it's supposed to, and then get the monstrous things. Including the bucket.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Oh,
somebody
Make
joined
sure
and
you
left.
Study
Oh.
it closely
Yeah.
and remember
it's
it
metallic.
carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
But everybody else saw that room that glitched, right?
Yeah.
Should I go back?
You can try.
Yeah, the moment I tried to go through this way.
No, it wasn't that pathway. Or that one. Yeah, it was a weird glitch.
I don't even know if that was a glitch. I think that was intentional.
Oh, message from Metallic. Let's see. Accidentally
Wait,
joined the
we're
call.
back
Oh
in
my
the
god,
office?
I'm so sorry. Was just
No,
trying to see who was in call.
Line,
LOL.
you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Now you're backtracking. You can go through that one door now.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
All right.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? Intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
You employed
Something
it.
Exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ah.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path.
See,
a
now
new
the Stanley
story. Well, it could be
parable
anything.
is the
What do you
original
want our
Backrooms.
story to be? Go wild.
really is.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Have the
I'm
narrator
ready
as
for
one
it.
of the entities that you have to encounter.
See, that falls more in line
Oh,
with
no, not you again.
uh,
Stanley, I'd also like to
Scribbles.
veto
What's
the
that
line
series
from
that
having any
you
role in our
listen
awesome
to every
new
now and then with
story.
the like the
no lines or monitor rooms.
being lonely?
Just don't acknowledge it.
The
We should be fine.
not being lonely. Like, they're like different entities. They're not SCPs, but like they're like
Ah, a choice.
Scribbles. Do you know?
We get
Remember
to
what I'm
make a
talking about?
decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay,
wanna go the opposite
so I
direction,
know
by the
that
way.
each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go...
The
there must
Magnus
be a
Archives,
reverse
thank you.
door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Was this really
So now,
17
according
minutes
to
of
the
my life?
schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that
Hello,
made this
Eugene.
schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Fucking hell, that noise actually scared me. Huh. Oh. Didn't care for that. Holy shit. Did it just force a restart on us?
All of his
I think
co-workers
so.
were gone.
Ah, yeah.
What
Because
did it mean?
I think we're actually supposed to get
Stanley
to those
decided to go to the
restarts.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I did go in the closet. It's currently blocked off.
Sir
This
came
was
out
not
of the
the direct way
closet.
to the meeting room,
I
and
did that a
Stanley
long
knew
time
it
ago.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley?
I want cold
Its
drink.
grace, its subtle
Right.
charm.
Nice
No.
soda or something.
Stanley knew it was something deeper.
I'm actually gonna grab one. I'll be right back, guys. But before I can do that, where are my pants? Ah, there they are. Ow!
This live stream was brought to you by water. Water's very good for you. You should all drink it. You guys have water right now. Go get some water. Drink water.
I got me an ice cold beverage. Dobby is the master now. And
Something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley is drunk.
A very narrow hallway. Why is there a file cabinet in the middle of it? That's kind of weird.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think
The
you've
adventure line!
gotten off on the wrong foot here.
What? Oh.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
You can jump down the bridge.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
It's too late now.
I'm
I already
not
did that
asking
one.
For me, I'm asking for
Or I went that way, rather. I didn't go to the right. That's right.
This is it,
You
Stanley.
can't exactly go
Your
to
chance to redeem
the other door.
yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Oh,
She's
no.
been waiting.
Kooky? Nope. Okay.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the...
Did I just Thanos myself? Shit. That is not my wife. Oh, wait.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's
I'm
not
just pulling
Kooky.
this right out
How
of the
dare
oven.
you lie to me? This is an American woman.
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I do.
They want to commit their life to you.
Yes.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Tiny apartment.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
This is probably about the size of TK's apartment. I don't want to. Maybe. Perhaps there are other things I can do. Quit staring at me like that.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there,
What are you
pushing
staring at?
buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Oh God, work is
Now
coming to
he's
me.
Pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Honey, can I check the fridge for anything to eat? Please?
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk,
Oh, I wonder if I
Stanley
shouldn't stare at the
dreamed of
mannequin in
wild
case she thinks it's
expeditions
nudity.
into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
Like, it's a
It was
mannequin, but
wonderful.
still.
And each day
Yeah,
that he
it doesn't have
returned to
any,
work was a
what's the
reminder that
solution
none
to
of it would ever happen to him.
Female
And so he began to
presenting
fantasize about his own
nipples.
job.
Oh,
First, he
God.
imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off
Everyone
the
even
face of
walked
the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys. I'm sorry.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Oh, no.
Down one path lay
My
an
kitchen.
enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down
Yellow
another was a
line
game with a
trademark.
baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in
I'm
his head,
sorry. Is
he
this trying to
relived
imply
it
that
again,
we
and
became
then
the creator
again,
of this
and
game?
again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free.
Who is the narrator?
Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there
The
be?
voice actor?
Perhaps
Yeah.
if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
I wonder if the narrator knows that people are thirsting for the narrator.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm gonna wait. He told me not to do it. What? Oh, dude, I'm reading his tweets. Oh, these are from over a year ago.
Are the narrators?
Yeah. Just to be clear, the narrator does not appear in Biomutant, nor, for that matter, does Stanley. Perish the thought. Or am I just supposed to wait?
You see? Can he just not
Oh.
hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
Oh,
Perhaps. Well,
there
maybe
is
this time
one
we'll see.
ending I did get with my friends.
Maybe this time.
I don't know if I
You
want to
can
do
see
that
him
ending
walking.
ever again.
And Stanley pushed
Please
a button.
die!
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
It just says, please die.
Oh my god.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Where to now? This computer's still not on.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Excuse me?
Yay, you did it!
All right, here we go.
What am I doing here?
Hello,
Voice crack.
and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
More game.
delighting audiences the world over.
Smiley face.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Elevator gonna go
Um,
up? Oh, right.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
He would have broken it. You can't jump anymore.
That's it.
Ah.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
That would have been funny if that was it. It also would have been, yeah, mildly disappointing, but I'm sure that's not... Oh, excuse me, I am so sorry. I'm sure that's not it.
Good
Bucket!
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's
That's
just
all right, man.
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could...
How do you know it's 20 hours?
Put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now
Now
with
with
over
over
1,000 hours of new content.
content.
And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The bridge breaks. Ooh.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Go back through the door.
Hold on. That wasn't there before. Hold on, can I do this again? Oh, thank God I can't do that again. You're trying to get me that time, you're not getting me this time.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Is it the bucket?
Oh God, he vented.
Oh,
Sauce.
fuck. Coffee nut.
Not.
Nut. Wait. Wait, was I actually supposed to keep my jumps? Wait, no, it's a jump circle. I don't think it would have let me jump after that. Right? Scrubbles, can you confirm this? I know you've played this game more than I have.
Yes and no, actually.
That was a long loading screen for 5 feet.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? And it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
There is
Experiences
drunk
like the
walking
launch of
again.
the Stanley Parable on PC.
What was that, Bird?
You're drunk walking again.
Sorry, I don't walk in straight lines often. This is actually really pretty. What do you mean, no the bucket? We'll be able to get back to there, don't worry.
Oh, a basket.
baby.
That's pretty in the bucket.
Not a baby. It's a basket. Yes, you're right. It is a basket
You
with
see,
no
Stanley,
baby.
doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap
National
re-release?
Geographic.
Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
2014 Independent Games Festival. Nice. The British Academy Film and Television Arts. The Last of Us. Stanley Parable. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. Zone Sweet Zone. 2013. When the Stanley Parable was released. And Sonic Lost World.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Times. This is so pretty. Like, I know I'm not one to live without Wi-Fi because, yeah, God, I fucking need it. Little Stan! No! I don't know why that was giving me vibes of the South Park song about that little hamster that got shoved up the cop's ass.
Oh no! Why'd you have to?
Living wings.
That's what I was thinking of.
Is there a piano up there?
Yes, it is. Wait, are these red berries? Aren't these poisonous?
Oh.
You know, I remember- These
Hunger
are
Games yourself out.
oh. I thought this was a
shrine.
bunch of organs. It's a bunch of
And over
rocks.
here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
Games rated 10
A
aren't perfect,
lifeless
since nothing
husk
is.
with an
they come as
hour
close
of
as you
new
could.
elevator content.
Oh, narrator. Oh, you need a hug. Memories on maintenance? What do you need maintenance for in here? Person of it, Stanley. The door gonna shut? Yes, it is. The end is never.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Carpet textures! Gray, red, missing coworker scenario, meeting, boring, grass, trial version. I suppose.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Whoa!
What's this? What's down here? Oh no.
Well?
Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
This looks like a
Surely
Left
these
4 Dead
reviews
map.
look glowing as well,
It
won't
does.
they?
Which, considering Steam, makes sense.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
dare
unfunny,
you.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of
I need to fix the
profound
generator!
philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick.
Right, this isn't Dead by Daylight. Admittedly, this wouldn't be a. Actually, no, this would be a terrible Dead by Daylight map. There's nowhere to hide. Like, it's just one big open zone, one generator, a few trucks. You finish one generator. Oh, never mind. There's two. I see a second generator in the horizon. Wonder, can I? No, I can't do that. Hold up. Where's music?
You can't read that, can you?
It's too blurry. A bucket. That's not the bucket. It's a bucket. That's a positive
Hey, look, a
review.
positive.
Just upside down.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No,
You
not to
can tell
me.
me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
What the hell does that word
Much
mean?
fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Sparring.
These black marks on my
Abrupt.
otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these
No.
people down. Perhaps the
Narrator.
Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, narrator. I hope you realize you're making this man walk out here with like a business suit on and shoes. Like, this man is dressed for like business. He's not dressed to be. Oh, that's gonna be the most damaging one, isn't it? Oh, I'm not ready to hear his heart break.
No, it gets worse.
Oh.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Ah, boo. Won't let me go in the water.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by
How is he
becoming
doing
it
a
is,
British
so on and so
accent?
forth, until inevitably, we all
Up
until
and
the
down.
end of time, at which time
Maximum
everything all at
British.
once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say...
Ow.
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so,
Is this
now you
loop?
see, blah, 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 blah,
Oh,
blah,
no.
blah, blah, blah,
I don't
blah,
want to
blah,
skip
blah.
the
We've eaten too
narrator,
much and it
though. I
can't be
like
just yet.
him.
No, until 245. That the
Endure
logic
it.
of elimination working backwards, the deduction
How many
therefore
times does
becomes
it loop?
impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I don't have 30 minutes.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course,
You didn't say
I
any of
happen to
that.
believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Oh, so
That is to
multiverse
say,
theory.
if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
You have
manifesto.
to skip now.
Treatise, manifesto.
Do I?
Treatise,
Mm-hmm.
manifesto.
You pretty much got him to
Manifest-
where he's looping again.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say
Oh
about
god,
this,
somebody
and
in
whether
chat
they'll
saying that
edit
it could
a
be
rating of
hours
their
before you
Steam
finish
review,
what he
or
needs
at
to
least
say.
change some of the wording, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Jesus Christ!
Unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Oh,
I do
fuck.
feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please,
I would
I'll
die
take
before
any
that
option
happened.
at all. I'm asking you to work. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
Thanks, Dad.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me? Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only
There's no clock ticking anymore.
Narrator?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one.
Are we entering alternate timelines?
No. More passes. Go. No more time is passing.
The end is never the end is never the end.
Oh my God.
End is never
Bro!
the end is never 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 the end.
You heard that too, right?
Yep.
Well, a crack has formed.
GLaDOS? Wheatley? Somebody?
Cake.
Hello?
Vegetation.
Oh, hello. This music. And once again, red berries. These are poisonous.
Are you hungry?
No, I've eaten. I'm just saying, with red berries, they're not edible to humans anyway. Maybe to birds, I don't know. They're poisonous to humans, though.
Congrats, bird. You get to outlive us.
If I were to eat these, yeah.
Well, I don't want to eat them because that could mean that you're
Oh,
fattening
fuck
me up.
me. Okay.
The vegetation's gone.
Shell? Ratman? Help me, please. Mr. Freeman?
No ambience. Oh, no.
Hello. Whoa! Yeah, okay, he was not kidding when time is.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
How long was I gone?
You survived the end of the world, I guess.
Oh god. SCP-5000, I'm all that remains.
Now, in order to beat this level, you just move away from the structure.
But this place has no end. Where do I even begin to
Open
go?
world. Narrator's worst enemy.
Music
Just
is
pick a-
calming. It's giving me a weird sense. Well, based off the fact the sun is that way, I believe that's what. Well, I was gonna say west, but no.
The game grown impatient of you.
I
The
should.
game decides to skip you.
Yeah, this time the game skipped me. Goddamn.
Here in Russia.
Game skips you. Ha! Can't get me that time. Hello?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Is that the company I work for? Where's the narrator?
Future Foundation?
You killed the narrator.
Future Happiness Foundation. This feels wrong. Goddamn.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. I have something very exciting to show you.
Please tell me it's the bucket. I'm wanting to go the other way, but and then, like, I was in the middle of a fucking hole, and there was grass growing out of it, but there was only red berries. I can't eat those, dude. Narrator? Were you even listening to me? Okay, fine. Okay, cool. Whatever.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about
past-
how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So
Here we
forget
go.
this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Yay! Welcome!
1 second. I'm eating bread.
You're eating bread in front of me?
I'm sorry. It's human bread.
Stanley Parable 2 convention or conference center? I want that poster. The end is never the end. Is never the end. Again.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel.
We've upgraded
An
to Mac.
entirely new experience, built from the ground
Or
up.
downgraded, I
Why,
don't
there
know,
are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I don't know if all fans are asking for a Mac, dude.
Yeah, I'm a PC person.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much
Taste the
catchier
sequel.
than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Hang on. .tga file meaning. TGA files that are common in animation and video industry. What the hell is a TGA? No, never mind. I don't care anymore. Hello?
BuzzFeed office?
Oh, no, you're right. It has to be a BuzzFeed office. It's empty as shit and nobody's in here. And it's dead. After BuzzFeed Unsolved finished, there was nothing else.
Jeez.
Can I walk out? What?
It's supposed to be a window, a door.
And the last time I went through a window, it didn't let me. It let me out. So
I kind of want a studio like this. Cool.
you know, I'm just realizing.
What?
Those are twos.
Yep. It's all twos.
Yeah, narrator is very obsessed with the number 2.
Okay, the Stanley Parable 2. That one's. Let's see what references we can get here. Thanks for attending my meeting. What are these in reference to? Like, there's got to be games that these are referencing.
I have no idea. I never looked at the screen that close.
Multiplayer. That would have been
Now,
cool.
to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but
I've
let's
noticed.
take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a
Who
fuzzy
took the red
magic
marker?
than anything
Me.
scientific or logical, really.
I'm gonna keep trying, damn it.
It's not gonna work. Now, there is one room that you're gonna have to have fun with for a little bit.
A bus.
Oh.
Wait a second. I'm realizing I forgot to do an ending. Where the van runs you the fuck over. Oh, we'll do that with the bucket.
There's more commentary with the bucket.
I know.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
For sure.
Merch. See, I'm not so sure about that one. That one just looks like I
Yeah.
got hit by McQueen.
Stanley shirt, $40.
Wait, what?
No, I'm just
Oh, I thought you. I thought
playing with you.
$42.70.
The fuck it is, for a shirt.
You. You can't do that. I actually thought something was going wrong with my audio, you fuck.
Collectibles. Hell yeah.
You missed a few rooms back there.
All right, where should I go first?
You have time to explore. You're fine.
Should I go this
Yeah.
way? Should I go this way first?
What? Sure.
Hear your name in the game.
Yeah.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Oh, they're not gonna
So
even say
with that
my
in
name.
mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yep.
Imagine they actually try to say my fucking name.
Jim.
Hey!
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name.
Enjoy
whatever
the
name
button.
that is.
No,
Here,
go back.
Let's have you
Get to the
roleplay as
button.
Jim, to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm
Oh.
done with this button.
Press the button
Why don't you
again.
go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your
You can
name.
keep pressing
the
it
button
now.
says, but no.
Jim.
Instead,
Jim.
oh,
Jim.
I
Jim.
can't even
Jim.
think about it.
Jim.
I'm taking the Jim
Jim.
button
Jim.
away.
Jim. 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 Jim.
Jim. I'll miss Jim.
What are you trying to do?
I have no idea.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh,
They
wow.
would appreciate what I've created here.
So, what about this room? Am I supposed to be able to go through here?
Go through it.
I don't want to lock myself out.
You won't lock yourself out.
Okay.
You can explore everything until you get to a specific room.
The door gives you a hint on how to open it.
Huh?
The door does give you a hint on how to get to that roof.
Settings.
Wait a second.
I think you have to maximize all of it.
World champion. Okay, that's going too slow. I'm gonna hurt myself doing this.
What if you turn down the background opacity?
Oh dear God. Okay. Second person shooter.
Dot Plasma Joe's favorite play of the game.
Okay, well. How do I reset? I can't reset it, can I? Too slow.
Mm.
Okay, is there a way for me to... Okay. Even the size?
I'm not sure. I never really been able to open the settings.
See, I'm pretty sure you set everything to the highest.
Oh.
So in order to get this achievement, you must set every single slider in the settings menu to all of its possible values.
This is gonna be a nightmare. I'm going to hate myself after doing this.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh god, it's inverted, right. Settings world champion. Did I not turn on every setting possible?
play of the game could probably work too. Yeah. Looks like a titty.
Oh dear god. I can't control the game like this.
1 second, 1 second. Settings world champion. Okay. The achievement known as the Settings World Champion is one of the achievements and trophies found in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. It is an achievement that you can get just for changing several of the settings sliders in the main menu outside of the game itself.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Okay.
So I gotta
To get
continue.
It's okay, you're fine, you're fine. To get the settings world champion, you'll need to go through each of the sliders points by point in the setting menu. This means not simply holding down the control stick, as it will start to skip individual numbers. So use the D-pad instead. You will also need to select Show Subtitles and Show Translation Labels to cause new sliders for subtle opacity to appear. These include the following options: General Settings, Field of View, Mouse Sensitivity, Camera Sensitivity, Subtle Background Opacity, Translation Label Background Opacity. Let me know when you want to continue on.
I need to go through every single number, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sir, are you upsetting?
Oh my god.
Where's your hacker skills, man?
You try vibration handing this long. Is there? Because it's not showing anything. Also, if I need to go through every single number, I gotta go through all of these. Ah, my wrist.
If only it was as fast as your fingers.
And I can't just tap left on the D-pad. That doesn't, or on the keyboard. That doesn't work. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, now I just need to. Oh my fucking god.
And that's the last one. For the general.
Ah!
Now for the audio. Main volume, narrator volume, music volume, sound effects volume.
I realize I got like 400 to go through here.
Mm-hmm. If this does not work, you may have to toggle the different language modes to see the sliders in every different language. Cycle through the languages after all sliders have been completely checked to trigger the achievement.
I'm going to go insane. I also need to remember to turn the narrator back up. Did I really? Oh, wait. No, you meant the reset button. I thought you meant I got the... Okay, I know that exists. I'm gonna take care of that later. Okay, my wrist is actually gonna hurt if I keep doing that. I'm gonna cramp my wrist. Ow.
You get to earn a brand new setting.
Oh my
you
fucking
got
god.
it.
Finally. No. Just yes. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Now you can go into the room now.
I need this to be at 75.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
This is the
69.
story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named
You should be able to get in there.
Ow.
It says, beyond getting the achievement, you'll be able to enter the Settings World Champion door in the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall and earn a brand new setting,
Bumpscosity.
At least you can read it better than I can.
I have to turn them all on, don't I? Again. I can't enter the room without it like that, can I?
Are you going to be in agony?
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well,
My wrist hurts!
You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity.
What
Exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I think you can access the bumpscosity thing. That's all you can do. You can also, yeah, there you go.
Oh.
What does it do, though?
Increases the slide distance, I think. Nope, it doesn't.
You got a trophy, I guess.
The fact that I can't take this trophy with me is upsetting.
It's not a bucket, honey.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Never again.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Jim. Stop it. Jump
You're
circle.
missing the bucket.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Stephanie?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
You're missing the bucket.
Where's the bucket?
Just turn around.
He can explore as long as he doesn't go all the way upstairs.
Oh, that's an exit. We don't want to take that yet.
Yep.
There is like a guide that shows you where to go. It's like a little black map.
common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel.
I forgot those weren't on.
Feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Mine!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Wow.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Don't care, I got my bucket. Ah!
Does anyone
It's
give out
mine!
awards for
Mine!
most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Where do I,
Check the map. You keep passing by it. Look at the entrance of that little arch. I think you just walk through. There you go.
bucket, office decorations, the button that says the name of the player playing the game. Okay, well, I need to go this way again. Oh, excuse me.
Check that. What's to your left?
Oh, there's the exit.
Don't go left yet. Well,
You know
to
what?
the exit.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Oh.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Shit. I'm sorry. I did waste my jump, so I'm sorry. That was, not supposed to
You're
happen.
alright. I did the same too. Or a free and easy achievement.
Hang on. Need to respond to a text. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
My bucket! Haunting basement.
now go.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh!
Yes, my favorite room.
Hole, more, hole, infinity, falling, science, more, educational use only.
I want you to fully enjoy
Stanley,
the whole.
here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games
Oh,
as
God.
a medium.
Oh, I thought he was gonna crush me.
Yeah.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Don't.
Nope.
You're going to enjoy the whole.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Gaslighting me, huh?
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that
not
works
even
for
mostly
you,
infinite.
then
The
go
mo-
ahead and press
half
the
of
teleport
infinite is
button
still
to
infinite.
warp up to the top of the hole, and
A
we can
quarter
move
of
on.
infinite is still
I'll just be
infinite.
up here when you're ready.
How long do I stay down here?
Oh, you can go back up, but you have to jump back into the hole.
Great. Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right.
Talk about low budget
problem is
flight.
you.
No food and movies.
The problem
I'm
is
outta
that
here.
you like
I like
holes
running
too
better.
much. Not normal.
You like
Normal
holes
person
too
would have
much.
said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positive.
Let's go!
Thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Yeah, whoa, that was...
Okay, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is
As a
you're
great
here
man
to
once
do.
said,
Hit
a
the
hole is a
teleport
hole.
button when you're ready to move on.
Now, you might want to stand still for a while.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean,
Just not press
I really
any
don't have an
buttons.
explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
Trust.
Try it again.
What's in the hole?
It should be starting pretty soon.
Is it wait?
Is it because I accidentally pushed the Y button first?
No.
No. It's like if you keep, it's like technically speaking, maybe get out of the hole and then jump back in.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a
Okay,
win
now
for
you can-
everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Excuse me?
Ready to trip out?
Oh no. How trippy are we talking here?
You'll have to find out.
Oh boy. Oh! Oh no!
Oh man, I love this.
Oh no! Ah!
I love the music.
I love this music.
This makes me think of Ina.
Oh my god, I cannot wait for
Yeah, this is making me think of Temptation Stairway.
Apple conference. Imagine. iPhone.
Do I push?
Of course.
Oh my god!
Self-reflection.
Ah!
Surprise!
Oh my god!
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Oh, come on!
Oh. Yeah.
Damn, that was funny.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Anything else?
The collectibles. You can collect one here and then find the others.
Yeah, the others are throughout the map and the main game.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2,
More Temptation
you'll run
Stairway
around
shit.
gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable.
It's one.
Hang on.
You're good.
Collect them all. Can you find them all? I probably can.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Where are we going?
I think that's all.
What's this way?
The hole.
The hole.
Fill in the hole.
Okay, we need to move on. You are here. Jump circle this map, free achievement. The button that says the name of the players playing the game. Merch, settings, world champion, Stanley Parable, reassurance bucket, office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Yeah, we did everything. It's time to go. And take the bucket with me.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Can I take the bag with me? I'd like to have a bag. I can put collectibles in there. 42. Oh, Jesus. They're aware. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about it.
If I could have gotten
Here
down
we
there, I
go.
could have gotten my jumps back.
Version 2.
It's more of the same.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
That's exactly what we were doing!
With respect, with care for the vision
fair point.
and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
You're gonna throw him back to the menu,
All right,
aren't you?
perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It was throwing me back to the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Ah! Oh god, the hallways are bending. Why are they bending?
backroom's logic.
That was very red. Like an upsettingly sized red.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-ending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made.
Okay, I'm gonna have to skip. I'm sorry, narrator, but that's the only time I'll skip you. Because I know I'm.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Happy 12th birthday.
No.
It's the bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Remember that escape pod ending I told you about earlier?
Yes.
He's just trying again.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But the broom closet as well. It should be open again.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
It's my bucket!
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Bucket.
You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep,
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Oh, I forgot to do that earlier, where you leave the room as player 2, and then player 2 goes back into the room.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
And now we'll go up the stairs.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
No.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
That's a nice bathroom.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
Bye. Shit. I'm trying to actually shut it that time. And yes, I did get the balloons. The 12th birthday balloons. Oh, shit. Game? Yeah, oh, I got scared for a second there. And walk forward.
Yep.
You are now leaving. Do I take the elevator or like can't take the elevator?
Still gotta run up the stairs.
Up the stairs. A lot of stairs. He said there's 800 floors. Why did it only limit it to 760 last time? I wonder if I need the bucket to get the whole thing. Am I able to? Yeah, no, it wouldn't let me. Continue walking forward. Oh, there's the escape pod. Okay.
It's for the bucket.
It's okay.
I'll tell you.
Are
Ugh.
you mocking me?
Oh no. Sorry. Go on, little soldier. You know what you gotta do. Throw my bucket.
I love you.
Escape pod to where exactly?
I have no idea.
I didn't just lose my bucket forever, did I?
I don't think you did.
No, you didn't.
All of his co-workers were
No,
gone.
I wanted to go back
What
in
could
there.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
Oh.
Teke?
Oh.
Teke!
Oh.
Well, I guess we're not doing any more bucket endings unless I delete my data. I don't want to do that.
And then you can get another bucket, I'm sure.
Where?
The new content room again?
How do I get back there? Okay.
Well?
Teke? You screwed him over.
I need to! I know it's gonna be there again!
That was my baby!
This is-
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the
This is
correct
the
way to the
same
meeting
as
room,
putting
and
that
Stanley knew it
cube
perfectly well.
in the
Perhaps he wanted to
furnace
stop by the employee
the
lounge
first
first,
portal.
just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley is
Stanley
mad.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Oh, wait,
5 years ago.
back up.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in
Achievement!
control of the
I know.
story and no one gets to tell him what to do,
But my
Stanley
bucket.
leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you
Life
are
is
very
meaningless
powerful.
without bucket.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of
end
time
of the
before he
video.
found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter
Oh.
of time.
They're all displaying the end is never.
Oh.
Oh, thank
Oh,
fuck.
there you go.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
And try not to
yes,
lose this
Stanley
one
thought to
too.
himself. Yes, perhaps.
Damn.
No, never
The
mind.
slideshow in the
The
meeting
bucket
room
was
gives you
wrong.
hints on where the other
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go
Back
there.
up-
Go to
oh,
the
yeah,
cargo
there.
lift.
Yeah, get the clickable.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now
Stanley
I'm torn
figs.
between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit
I
on
like
it.
Smithereens.
I'm sure it will come to me.
Try not to fall off. I vented again. Oh. Well, alrighty then. You want to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first.
Oh, there are
so
tapes
you
all over
can.
everywhere.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer
Excuse me?
I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Gamborata. Jesus Christ.
Is Gamborata the narrator?
Gamborata. I don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't think I will.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
There was a
telling
basement
him
area I
that
went
the
to last
employee lounge was
I'm going there
simply
with a
the
bucket
place
now.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Wait a minute. No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
No, this is
question
not a
why or how
Homestuck
this bucket was
convention.
speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
This is my bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if
Oh,
that's
it's this
true,
part.
well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. No, it's not a Homestuck convention. We're not here to fill the bucket.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
The chat saying fill that bucket.
With what?
Based on the
Item
Homestuck
3.
thing, it'll probably come.
Is this a bucket?
Or sorry, essence. So that they can fill it into a
Incorrect.
slug?
This is a bucket.
It gets put into like a worm of some kind, and that helps
Item 4.
breed.
Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
How?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Oh no.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Well, okay then.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the direct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'm taking the bucket with me.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Intervention.
You see, your friends and
Oh,
I
yeah,
are
right.
concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're
So
the
is
ones
this!
that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet?
hit
Certainly
those red
not. I
buttons?
wonder what sort of Bucket
did.
Destroyer
Really?
merchandise the fans
there's a
will be
light.
clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Ouch.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, there's one place I want to go.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Some place I want to go without the bucket for once.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bitch. Still mad that I like to go into the thing?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Motivation. Do your business, or the fucking panda gets fucking shot, apparently.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly.
That was the wrong. You didn't
ever.
press 8.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh, what if I come here? What if I do the countdown one with the bucket? I'll do that one next. That certainly was a lot
Stanley
of
walked straight
sparks.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh,
Although
well.
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Let's go. Terminal velocity is something else.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Hey, Cookie.
Farewell, Stanley,
Hi, Cookie.
cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in
boy.
his body, killing him instantly.
Oh no. Whee! Ha-ha! Oh, there's boxes. Aha!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Damn, that's dark. But let's see. It always leads to the same spot with the 2 doors. Once you reach the 2 doors, you just... Yeah. Oh, I can't walk on top of that. That's a show. 1, 2. Never heard that one. There it is. The impeccable Kevin Brighting as the narrator. Monitor room. Hello? I never considered both. Go and move live chat. I can actually check the, is there a text chat for the YouTube channel? Or for the YouTube thing? There is. It is not letting me read them. Stanley. No. Alright, yeah, I know. I realize I'm just kind of standing here. Sorry. Back to the game. Where was I going?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Gosh, no,
Push
no.
escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
I have yet to explore the possibility of if I do choose to, like, restart right at that moment.
I never thought about doing that.
I want to do that. But at a different point in time, of course. First things first. We have an explosion to start!
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley
Come on, bucket,
clutched
we
the
got an
bucket
explosion to
tightly his
cause.
chest and entered the
If
door
the
on his
bucket
left.
is warm, does that mean it's filled with something warm?
I don't think so.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Sure. We'll go with that. It's time to cause an explosion, bucket!
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Sure.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh shit, well, I didn't mean to do that.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by,
How
they
did you
installed
get
a
all
few
of this?
shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path.
So we
It was a
became a rat
mistake
man.
to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending, but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
That is not what I meant to do. So long, in fact, they had to get rid of the old narrator. and
Already this
hire
was
a new
uncomfortable,
one.
and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the
Like I
bucket
said, we have an
tightly to his
explosion to
chest
cause.
and entered the door on his left.
Damn, I wish I could jump.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
And? Do something. Fill it with liquid. Do something. Fine. Have it your way.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Explosion, 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 explosion.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
That wasn't a figure back there, was it? Did I just... Oh...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
I'm not falling down there
What
again.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Found it.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
He screamed
Never!
into the bucket, so it sounded
He
like,
squeezed
no!
the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
It's me.
Ooh, we doing... What type of birds are we doing here?
They're so good.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Oh, I can't go back.
And Stanley was happy.
I'm happy too.
I did not know what I was gonna do. I thought I was gonna cause an explosion with the bucket.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Ah! Excuse me?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
What the hell?
What is going on? Oh, hello.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
1,327, it said?
Was it ever different before?
No, it was
Understood.
the same.
Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on
Time to
his
go
left.
downstairs now. I think we've done everything we can upstairs.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you could... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close,
yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh,
someone
it's this.
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Damn.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh no.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she packed it all the way to work.
Alright, cool. What next?
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
What even is bumpscosity?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Hold on, how do I get to the room with the red and blue doors? Might have gotten past it at this point.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
That's
go
to
there.
the achievement
Go to
that you
the
already
cargo
got.
lift.
Good,
said the
can't
bucket.
do
Now
the red
ride
and
the
blue
lift all the
doors.
way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
I just have to not have the
He was
bucket
firmly
with me.
convinced that the bucket... But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I just remember, I just need to not have the bucket with me. Because that's where one of the,
All of his co-workers were gone.
that's where one of the,
What could it mean?
whatchamacallit, the,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I'm gonna leave all
Perhaps
the
he had
blue
simply missed a
screens
memo.
now. Blue screens stay on. that one goes off. Because,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
let me
It was
through.
okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your... You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect
think
the
the
last
other one was,
and then the first number will equal the second number, and
where
that
you
will
were
be it.
once
We'll
thinking,
be different
hey, is
people by
that where
then.
the
Different in the
figurine
sense
is?
that we used to have none of
Yeah, it
them.
has to be
And
there.
now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Figure annuary.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's this ending.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
I don't know if I can go through with this ending.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here,
It's
right
your
in this
favorite room
moment with
ticket.
this place.
I love this
Stanley,
room.
I think I feel
But
happy.
able to get
I actually feel
out of here,
happy.
I have to do the saddest ending in the game.
Oh.
I'm not kidding when I say it's the saddest ending in
No,
the
wait. Where are you going? Oh no.
How do you get to the
Stay away from those
ending?
stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I have to break his heart.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
No,
now,
I'm slower
can we
now.
please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Sorry. I don't want to do this ending. I really don't.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Maybe offer boy bands, my parents.
Oh.
Maybe unicorns.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Need some blue.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I don't want to do this.
No, perhaps not.
I don't want to break your heart, man. I really don't.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No, buddy, I don't want to do this. I really don't. This isn't something I'm proud of doing. It won't...
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
It became a gay room.
Oh.
Is that blue enough for you?
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
I don't even know if we can even progress if we just stay here. That's the thing. I don't know if we can or can't. Also, I am going very slow right now. I can't move very fast.
No, you keep hurting yourself, that's why.
Yeah.
Also, it is a bit for you when you jump, okay.
Yeah, I'm not intentionally holding a slow pace. I would... Oh, I don't want to watch this. Narrator, know that I'm not doing this because I dislike you in any way. I really am sorry. Nothing about this makes me happy about doing what I'm about to do.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I really don't like that ending.
Jeez, I didn't know that ending existed.
Yeah, not a fan of it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
But
what could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
is there a
simply
super
missed
happy
memo.
ending? Is there like something fun that I could do?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll do everything you say, man. Oh wait, I know where a fireplace is.
Fire. There you go.
I think.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Is that fire or rain?
I'll check the bathroom.
Weird, the rain
No sound.
stops. Lord, it's raining hard outside. Oh?
Is there a fireplace? Okay.
Hello? There's a fireplace there, but there's nothing in that.
No, you have to go through the fireplace.
Oh. Well, first things first. I have not seen this before, so I'm taking the elevator. I'm gonna do this, and then I don't know. I might have to end stream here pretty soon. I got a friend coming over. I can hear him singing.
Yep.
Does the elevator stop at any point?
I don't think it does.
That was a waste of time. All right.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
I got that wrong.
Desperate
2,
for answers,
8, 4,
he
5.
began turning the room over looking for clues. That Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This
Stiggly
is a real
Wiggly.
accomplishment.
don't know if
This
I
is
like that
doing
name.
something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Might as well get the neutral ending of the game.
Stanley walked straight
The one I
ahead
haven't
through the
done
large
yet.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
And yeah, I have been streaming for about 4 hours. That's a pretty decent time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
I
Stanley
could just go
thought
over
to
the edge
himself.
again.
Did he have the strength to find out?
That'd take a long time, so let's not do that. Let's just...
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused
This time we're not
to
nuking
believe it.
ourselves.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never...
That was loud. Did I do it?
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Hey.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I think she'd like that. To go to a place like this together.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Relaxing.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Achievement unlocked. Beat the game. I mean, I got a ending. I don't know if that's beating the game. But in the meantime, I do have to get going. So, this has been very fun to do for the last 4 hours, 4+ hours.
You know what you could have done in 4 hours?
I'm not standing there for 4 hours. I was not going to stand there for 4 hours.
Saving a baby.
Saving a baby for 4 hours. I'll have to play this again another time, and it'd be fun to have all of you here once again. But in the meantime, I will see you all next time. Bye-bye!
Goodbye.
And that's the end of the stream, I think. Not stopping.